Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 3, the final day of the International Learning Resources Festival 2024, iLRF 24. I am Arnold, and it is my pleasure to be the MC for the auspicious event. We are about to begin. I hope everyone is seated comfortably wherever you are. For everyone's interest, today's program is conducted in hybrid mode, where we have online participants watching us from the e-learning YouTube channel. And if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, please do so you won't miss any updates and announcements from us. Also, we would like to recommend for you to use hashtag iLRF24 and hashtag IMU if you are sharing any posts about this festival on your social media. Please also visit our iLRF24 website for detailed information about the programs, speakers, and sponsors. We encourage you to share your thoughts or comments on the Padlet and explore the vendor websites available in the virtual lobby. Also, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all our honorable speakers, contributors, and sponsors who generously contributed to this event. We also would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Education MOE, Malaysian Board of Technologies MBOT, and Sports, Co-Curricular and Arts Division BSKK, who have kindly supported this event. We begin our Day 3 with a talk called Fireside Chat, Ethics of AI in Assessment. For this session, we are honored to have a panelist, Professor, Technology Specialist Dr. Aida binti Mustafa, and Professor Dr. Rose Alinda. Mr. Devraj and Laki Sundram will be moderating the session. Without further ado, I am pleased to invite the speakers and Mr. Devraj and Laki Sundram to begin the session. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at the 12th Learning Resources Festival, where we explore this year's exciting theme, Blending Human, AI, Immersion, and Innovation. My name is Dave Raj. I have recently graduated from the cohort ME219, and I'll be your moderator for today's fireside chat on the ethics of AI in assessment. The integration of AI in education is changing the way we assess learning outcomes, but with this innovation comes ethical dilemmas: fairness, bias, privacy, and accountability. Our discussion today will dive into these critical issues to better understand how we can balance innovation with integrity. I'm honored to share the stage with two distinguished experts, Prof. T.S. Dr. Aida binti Mustafa, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation at University Malaysia Pahang Al Sultan Abdullah, and Prof. Dr. Rose Alinda, the current Secretary General of Academy Professor Malaysia. Let's give them a warm welcome. Without further ado, we'll start with introductions. Prof. Aida, could you first start with introductions?
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me for this event. I was actually hoping there's fire somewhere because it's entitled, it's called Fireside Chat. My name is Aida Mustafa. I'm currently serving University Malaysia Pahang Al Sultan Abdullah as Deputy Vice Chancellor in Research and Innovation. My PhD is in AI. AI is something that is very close to my heart. In fact, my PhD thesis was on natural language generation, to which we all know on ChatGPT, which is based on large language model. That was in 2008, I think. And back in 2018, I delivered TED Talk on conversational agent from chatbots to humanoids. I was asked on whether it's difficult to build a chatbot system, and I said it is not difficult, but I would rather wait for the technology to be actually here in Malaysia. Then I think ChatGPT came along last year, and now this is the time. This is the golden moment that we should capitalize and leverage on large language models, especially on teaching and learning in assessment. Okay, thank you, Dave.
All right, and now moving on to Prof. Dr. Rose Alinda.
Hello, I actually can't believe that I'm here because I am actually retired. I'm no longer the Secretary General of Academy Professor Malaysia because 2024 is my year of not doing anything, supposedly. I retired in 2022. I was a Secretary General, but this year I said no to everything. But unfortunately, my last job was I developed the artificial intelligence roadmap for Malaysia. So I say that unfortunately because that has prevented me from retiring because I've been invited everywhere to talk about artificial intelligence. But teaching and learning has always been close to my heart because I was the Dean of Graduate School. That's where I knew Hasnain Zafir. And then I was also the DVC for Academic and International at University Technology Malaysia. That was in 2011. Oh my God, that seems so long ago. And then at that time, assessment was a big thing because we had a lot of problems at that time trying to ensure that assessment is being accepted, because that was something that there were parties that were trying to do away with assessment. And then now I hear that, wow, AI is like the machine is taking over. So we actually saw that because we did this in 2020. So this roadmap was for 2021 to 2025. So and I'm not in AI, not like Ida. I'm in information systems, but we were concerned about machines taking over, technology taking over. So that's why Ministry of Science was very adamant that it should not be an AI person leading the team for developing the roadmap. So in the roadmap, actually we have what we call the principles for responsible AI. So in the principles for responsible AI, we have 7 principles that addresses, we didn't want to use the word ethics because at that time, ethics was like, why you think we are not ethical? So it was like very, they didn't want to hear the word ethics. So we say, okay, responsible AI, principles, so we use other terms. But of course, after I retired, suddenly everything became so trendy for me. Especially now, I hear that ethics is so important. Last year, actually, last year, 2023. Now it's 2024, right? So in 2023, the Ministry of Higher Education asked us to vet through and to endorse the guidelines for use of AI in teaching and learning. And I just asked Ida, and Ida said that to her knowledge, it has not been enforced. And this is the problem. We can come up with so many policies and guidelines, but at the end of the day, the persons enforcing it and responsible for carrying it through are the people themselves. That means the lecturers, the trainers, the educators, and of course, the students. But the policies and the guidelines are made by a totally different group, which are not actually on the ground with the educators and the students. So I think that was part of the problems that I see. And in our roadmap, we emphasize that collaboration is an important element. So I will push that. to ensure that ethics in assessment, in ethics of AI, in assessment is carried out, there must be collaboration. And collaboration means, in the context of teaching and learning, is collaboration between the educators and the learners themselves. They have to collaborate. So how to ensure the two parts collaborate? That's something that I hope I can get from all of you. Each one of you must speak, because there are not too many of you. I'm not too sure how many are online, but no, I cannot run away. I'm counting how many are in this hall. So each one of you must give your idea. How can you collaborate with, how can you ensure collaboration happens so that ethics in the use of AI, focusing on assessment, actually happens. But I'm more concerned about the whole teaching and learning. That's all. Thank you. Raj.
Right. Thank you very much. So now moving on, Prof. Ida, since Prof. Linda has already given a lot of information or insightful points on ethics or in AI assessment, Prof. Ida, since you are very in AI, could you please begin by sharing your thoughts on how AI is reshaping assessment and the ethical concerns that arise?
Okay. How AI reshaped the assessment? It has been going on a long time ago when we started. I think in early 90s, people are already talking about grading essay automatically. During that time, there was a field called now I forget. The handwriting recognition. So during that time, the issue was how do an AI system read all the essay transcript and then grade. But then that is two different stories altogether, because predicting or recognizing the handwriting is one thing, and assessing giving marks is another thing. Now, when we talk about, I think 30 years later, 40 years later, now we are focusing on assessment alone, because as we know, the technologies, many of the technologies are here. In fact, in our smartphones, there are already applications whereby they can convert from handwriting going into text, editable text. So for assessment, basically the idea is that how can we use AI to help or to assist educators in order to give marks to the student, whereby the main problem is the load of time that we have to do or we have to spend on each transcript. If we talk about multiple choices, then that is not an issue. Most of the load is on how to grade an essay, and assessment has been around for quite some time when they talk about using AI, because they are looking for ways of how do a system recognize keywords, how do they extract the keywords, and then how do they put the keywords into context. In computer science, in AI, under AI we have, because under AI we have a lot of branches, machine learning, computer vision, and there's one called natural language processing. Now they are known as computational linguistics. So under computational linguistics, there are many levels, layers of language modeling that is used by an AI system. For example, the lowest level is using phonemes. The next one is a syntactic level, and then lexical level, then syntactic level, then semantic level. So the topmost is pragmatic level. So that pragmatic level is what needed for AI assessment, because in order for an AI system to grade an assessment, they cannot simply, pull the keywords. Otherwise students just list the keywords and they will get the full marks. But they have to extract and put the keywords into context of each of the sentence. if the essay is divided into paragraph, then the AI system has to put the keywords into context of each paragraph, and then all points in every paragraph into the entire essay. So that was what the main spirit of why we need AI to do in assessment. Then again, because this is only one factor that I'm talking about. I'm talking about automatic grading, but there are many other benefits of using AI tools. For example, for personalized assessment, we can also use AI tools to grade beyond the academic transcript. That means if you want to use AI tools to grade student behavior, maybe during interview, we want to give rating, give marks, we want to assess the interviewee, but then using AI system, which will go using computer vision to detect or to read body postures, that is also possible. But I'm talking about automatic grading. Now, the challenge in automatic grading is that as human, as a teacher, I regard myself as a teacher, I wouldn't want to let go the assessment fully to an AI system. This is my personal opinion, because when we teach, we have a personal string attached to each of the student, whereby we monitor, we know, and it's very personalized. So when we do grading, when I do grading, I would like to know what is exactly they're talking or messing about. But an AI system would greatly help me if the system can give some benchmark or baseline marks first. So how to do that? Maybe I can I can provide the AI system with keywords and with some context. What should the system look for? Then maybe a simple rubric saying that, okay, if you see 5 of these keywords, you give certain marks. Rubrics, assessment rubrics. At least I have a baseline marks for all the script that I need to assess. I would love that. Then again, if they ask me to use, to fully utilize on AI system, I would not. Even though I am a true advocate for AI. I would not because I don't trust the system, but I do not want to lose touch with my students. Okay, I stop there, Dave.
All right, thank you, Prof. Aida, for those insightful points. Now, Prof. Rose Alinda, would you like to share any more points?
Yes, because I see Hasnain there, and he did his PhD in UTM way back when I was the Dean of Graduate School in 2008 to 2007, 2010. Hasnain has been here for 13 years. But remember, Hasnain, when you wanted to submit your thesis at that time, that was 2010, yeah, we were so adamant that students must give a Turn-it-in percentage. So that was the only measure that we had, whether the student, Turn-it-in is actually an application that tells us how much similarity of what the student wrote in the thesis is to what has been available outside or in the public domain. But now there's so many different ways and different applications. So I don't know, this is me, I always like to ask questions to the audience. I don't know how many of you here are actually educators? Apart from Hasnain, of course. So, okay, so, and then how many are actually students? Okay, so the thing is, why am I asking? Because you have to know that there are now so many, after the boom of AI, there are so many apps available. So, first round, go to the app first. Then only go to the human. Okay. Why do I say first round go to the app? Because it's so widely available. So what does the app or the machines tell you? The machines will give you like something like Turn-it-in did for us, Hasnain, in 2010. 2000, the machine will actually tell you whether it's original or not. And then I think Aida mentioned just now about ChatGPT. Lagi lah pula. ChatGPT even more opportunities. So is it wrong to use ChatGPT? I would be the first one to say, no, it is not wrong. Please, I want you to use as much ChatGPT as possible. But, there's a big but there, yeah? And educators are so afraid. Oh, we shouldn't let students use ChatGPT. Hey, come on, you think you're so great as a Maha Guru that students cannot go to for me, it's a better alternative, which is ChatGPT, because ChatGPT comes from all over the world. Your lecturer, your educator is just, I don't know, he or she has very limited knowledge. So of course you should solicit information from all these multiple sources of information. But, what's the but here? What's the but here? Ethics. Okay, but here, the but here is you cannot copy exactly, you must understand. And then rewrite in your own words. That's the most scripted. As a lecturer, as an educator, I've been in academia for more than 35 years, yeah? So, as an educator, the minute I read a few lines, I know already is from ChatGPT or from the student himself or herself. I already know because that's the experience that we have. But then, we have apps that tell us, something like Turnitin lah, but Turnitin version 2024 or 2025 that tells us whether it is original or it actually comes from the student himself. Some students, I know my son is here, Arash. Hi Arash. He's studying in some way. He says that, oh, my lecturer always tells me that I use my material from ChatGPT. What Arash does, I know, is that he changes, because he's so good. All my children, my whole family are so very good in English. Grammar-wise, don't challenge us. For your information, I got almost perfect score for my TOEFL. When I wanted to go overseas, my score was almost perfect, 698 at that time. Just 2 marks, and I was the top, I don't know, top 0.2% percentile in the whole world. So Arash said, okay, and because of that, we have trained, or I have trained my children to be good in English. So what Arash did was he made mistakes in his grammar to show that it is from him, not from ChatGPT, but that's not the only way. It should be your thoughts, and your thoughts does not mean making mistakes grammar-wise. Your thoughts means we can know already when we read whether it's your thoughts or a machine's thought. Okay, and that's why sometimes you get comments on your assignments. Is this you? Is this how you think? And that's the most important thing. It doesn't matter what language or what grammar or whether you're good in grammar, but your thoughts, you must be jumping out from the paper that we read. So how to ensure that you jump instead of ChatGPT? The minute you read a few lines, then the lecturer thinks, oh, this is ChatGPT, not, for example, Arash, not whatever your name is. So your feelings and your thoughts, your passion must translate in that. Okay, natural language processing is what Prof. Aida was trying to mention just now, and I think it's image recognition. Dulu image recognition. And we always in IT, we always say, hey, AI has been like around forever and ever. Suddenly now baru dia nak meletup dekat Malaysia kan. But those of us in computer science, we have been studying AI like forever and ever. And during my time, memang tak ada siapa lah buat AI thesis ke, topik ke, something ke, whatever like that. Because AI was seen as not a dirty word, but a very limited word. But now I think so much potential kan. And that's why Aida is doing R&D in AI and that sort of thing. So, to recap, I have this problem, Raj. Once I talk, I cannot stop. this is my problem, okay? But I think lecturer and student must communicate and collaborate, discuss together and come up to an agreement. And don't forget the management team as well, because they are the ones who like to make policies. People like Aida, who's a DVC, and I'm sure in the Senate committee, in the council and all of that. But we guys, okay, I can say you now because I'm retired. But this group of people, these governance people, they like to give us rules and regulations and policies, but they don't bother to speak to the ground. So I think that communication has to happen first. Then only you come up with the rules and the guidelines. I was not happy with KPT actually when they asked us to vet and endorse the guidelines for using AI in teaching and learning. I was not happy at all. I said, no way, I'm not giving our endorsement, because they wanted us to say that we have read through and yes, I read through, but I wasn't happy because it felt as if it didn't come from the students. The people who are going to, and the lecturers, the people who are going to be given the rules and regulations. It felt as if it comes from a totally separate group who may perhaps have not been on the ground themselves. So first thing, be on the ground, talk to the students, talk to the educators. Don't just be a governance person. That's very important. And then only we talk about machine. Machine is just machine, but machine is so intelligent nowadays, of course. That's why it's called artificial intelligence. Don't ever forget that it's artificial intelligence. Don't lose and don't surrender our human intelligence ultimately. That's important. So assessment in particular is something that has to be embraced. But we cannot use the old way of doing assessment. We have to be aware of what is the current technologies, the apps that can be used for assessment and revise our methods. Okay, I think I will stop here, Raj, so that I'm afraid that the audience will not have time to ask questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. So now we'll move on to the part where we'd like to hear from you, our audience. If you have any questions...
Cannot run away, don't run away, see someone is running away already.
Yeah, those that have any questions, please raise your hand and kindly introduce yourself.
Please do not just be a listener. Yes, please be brave, and you're sitting in front, which is already bravery, but we need to know your name and your question. Maybe a mic for you. Azizi? Okay. Okay, so you're an instructor. Okay.
Okay. Since China has already implemented regulation that requiring companies to obtain government approval and so on, this is to control the biasness of their sources. So in Malaysia, I don't think, I think both of you can answer this since you are involved in the policy making. So how can government make sure AI is used ethically in education assessment without slowing down the innovations? And how should they ensure institutions are accountable for any misuse or bias? So that's all. Thank you.
You want to answer that first, Aida? Because I think I gave my answer already. Yeah.
To ensure, there's only one way to do it, to enforce by policy. But as Prof. Rose mentioned, putting up the policy, that is a very delicate thing to do because we need collaboration, engagement. Yeah, Prof? Yeah. But there is no other way because when we govern, in governance, somewhere, somehow, some group of people has to make the decision, but most importantly, where the input comes from. Because in anything that we do, we must understand or we must convey the spirit behind that certain policy. For example, recently I told all the staff I said everybody must wear tag on campus. So people were taken aback, but I tell them, it's already in our policy, but what I'm selling you now, I'm not selling the policy to all staff and students. I am selling value, which is kebersamaan, togetherness. So if you wear the tag on ground, we are together on campus. So in anything that we do, it's a value that we must put up. It is not about, for example, like ChatGPT. It is not about student cheating or student copying from somewhere. It has been like that for many years ago. I used to go to the library, get some book, and then copy the entire paragraph, I retype. Nobody knows. So it's in our human nature. We all like shortcuts. We are a comfortable being. We like things how it's supposed to be, the way we are used to it. We are not used to go out. We are not like Neanderthal punya era where we have to go by hunting and survive. We are very complacent. So in order to tell students not to use ChatGPT, it is not about in order to tell students not to use ChatGPT, but it's not about telling them you will cheat or don't cheat. If you use ChatGPT, you will cheat. But rather give value. ChatGPT is a tool whereby you can get more information. But the value of ethics, as Prof. Rose mentioned just now, is very important. Whatever that we take, it is not enough to put citation only, reference, because when we cite the idea, not the sentence. So everything must be rephrased. And more importantly, I always tell the student, a civilization is built based on writings. So if we are scholars, we are students, we don't write, then God forbid banjir besar ke apa, Malaysia has nothing that people can trace on because we don't have writings. So very important to use AI as only tools, but the value, we must communicate the value and sell the value to all students. Okay, Prof. Ed.
Okay, Azizi, sorry, I made a sound when you mentioned China because, okay, as we all know, okay, for your information, when we did this roadmap, the only company that was really willing to work with us hand in hand was Huawei. And Huawei, of course, you know which country they are supported from. And you know that I don't have a TikTok account. Why? I'm so like old-fashioned. I don't have a TikTok account because once upon a time, I was told that data in TikTok is always compromised. But I just created an account a few days ago.
For shopping. I created mine for shopping.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, so we cannot like, Azizi, this is something that I'm telling you, we cannot just like label and say, okay, China, whatever. It's a global world. Okay, everyone is equally accountable. And I think also, when you talk about multimedia resources, I think you're a multimedia instructor, whatever, something learning, we rely on this huge mass of availability. So we applaud and we embrace them. But as Aida have mentioned, always remember the ethical values. Okay, Raj, if I can just remind everyone that in the roadmap we have the principles of AI on page, I think it's 39. I think, let me find again. Okay. Principles for responsible AI. So the first principle is fairness. We are always scared about fairness, bias and fairness in assessment. Okay, we have to address that fairness and bias in assessment. Where does it start? Where does it start? In the assessment process. It used to be, I can say it because I'm retired, it starts with the educators. I'm so happy that I'm retired. I can like point fingers, everyone except myself. It used to be that the lecturers, the instructors will create methods and tools for assessment. But now I think like everyone most people is relying on automated assessments, which is fine. But we have to ensure that the principles of responsible AI are in that whole process. So the first one is fairness. The second one is reliability, safety and control. The third one is privacy and security. That is a big thing also, privacy and security, okay? So we can spend a whole day talking about privacy and security. I'm not even going to go into that. But I'm also interested into the fourth principle, which is inclusiveness. Okay, that also requires another conference, which which I am organizing, by the way, next year. For Asia Pacific Conference on Information System, Hasnan, I want to see you there in Sheraton Imperial, Kuala Lumpur, so you better be there. Okay, so our theme for PAXIS 2025 is diversity, inclusivity. Because this inclusivity means very different in Malaysia compared to what is being discussed in Europe or in US. Inclusivity in Malaysia is very different. Okay, so the fourth principle is inclusiveness. The fifth principle is transparency. And the sixth principle is accountability. And then only we can have the seventh principle, which is the pursuit of human benefit and happiness. 7 will not happen if we don't address from principle 1 until principle 6. So I think these principles, how many developers, instructors, assessors, it doesn't matter whether you yourself make the questions or you rely on, how many actually bother to inculcate in themselves these principles for responsible AI. It's not just the developers or the techies who are the IT experts or people who are, it's everyone, including the users. So students, those, I know this group of me are students, we have this group are educators, talk to each other. See, even in this hall, you're sitting on different sides of the hall, which shows that you're not talking to each other. But you have to collaborate, have to discuss how to come up with the tools for assessment. And students, I tell you, if you're not happy with the way that you are being assessed, speak up, speak out, and confront. Confront is a good word now. It used to be in our days, confrontation is not a good, it's a totally no, don't confront your elders, especially in Malaysia. But in this day and age, please, by all means, discuss. I wouldn't use the word confront, but I would say discuss and collaborate with those who are coming up with the tools and say, perhaps there is a better way to assess me. You suggest to the instructor, how should I be assessed? You make the suggestion. So perhaps in the class, before you wait, tak tahulah final exam ni tak apalah soalan yang akan keluar. You don't know how you're going to be assessed. But actually, from week 1 until week 13, I don't know in UTM, because I was formerly in UTM, we have 14 weeks of lecture. But you have all that time to discuss, for the students to discuss with the instructor on how should the group be assessed. So, and that, no machine, no tools, no technology can replace that communication that transpires between these two groups. Okay, so for me, again, if you can only remember one thing from our talk today, please C, it's a big C. Communicate and collaborate. Okay, collaborate. So, and collaboration for me in teaching and learning, no longer should we have student versus instructor. It should be together, student versus student with instructor. So Raj, I will end with that. You can give me a whole day, but I think just a few minutes. orang pencen ni kan, bila dapat mikrofon dia susah nak letak sikit. Okay, Raj. Yeah. Okay, I have to, why I'm here is because Kak Asma, your rector, is actually my senior in TKC, and I couldn't say no to Kak Asma. I could not say no. So after retirement, I have been helping Kak Asma with so many things, but I told Kak Asma, 2024, I'm fully retired, except for this. This is the last event for 2024. 2025, I should be back up there, out there. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for those very important key points, talking about the principles of how to responsibly use AI, how to enforce it, as well as the policy making. I hope that answers the question. Now we can move on to one more question, preferably, before we call an end to this session, even though we wish we could have more time. Anyone else would like to ask one more question? All right.
Better introduce yourself, Hasnain.
I'm Hasnan, thanks
You're
for...
flying the UTM flag, huh?
Yeah, and I am you also, right? Yeah, just want to clarify for both of you, what's your idea? This question asked many times in my own workshops, like once we use AI tools, especially in multimedia or graphics, who owns the right ownership? So what do you think, both of you, and how ethically we can handle this?
Okay. I've been asked that kind of questions many times. If an AI can write songs and can write lyrics, who owns the copyright? Now the question is, who is that system that generates the content? It is not a body.
The word owns also should not be there.
Yes, because it's not an entity. There is nobody there. So it's a public domain.
Yeah.
Yes.
For me, everyone owns, and that's the whole principle of collaboration. When we say that who owns, you're already like asking, is it the lecturer own, or the creator owns, or the user owns? But we are segmenting. For me, we're trying to push this notion of everyone owns. It's a democratic system. I don't know when we can have it, but I wish that AI will promote a democratic system rather than it used to be, I don't know what system bila ada orang paling tinggi, lepas tu rakyat ni dengar je, terima je. It's like the students are at the mercy of the lecturers and designer. But AI is facilitating. AI is helping us towards democracy. Okay, so Hasnan, I hope that answer. So what do you do? What can you do? Each one of you must ask this question. What can I do to promote democracy in assessment? Even if I use AI tool, what can I do? So you must answer that question. And don't just say, let the VC lah fikirkan, let the VC lah fikirkan, let the Senate members fikirkan, it's not my problem. You cannot say that it's no longer your problem. It's everyone's problem because we want everyone to have that shared ownership. Okay?
All right, yeah. I think because that question we answered quite fast, maybe you can have another question. Anyone else like to ask one more question?
Come on, we must have a question from the other groups. The one question from student, at least one question from vendors or outside if we have.
All right, you already heard it from Prof. Rose. We need at least one question from the students and one from the educators or vendors. Okay.
Good morning. Okay. So I have one question actually. Okay. Actually, my name is Maliana binti Omar Baki. Okay. I am from e-learning department. I am an instructional designer actually from e-learning department. Okay. Actually, I have one question. Okay. So now, we always like train our educators to use AI ethically, responsibly, with responsible. But the thing is, should we worry? There will be over reliance in AI, either from educators or students, because yeah, we use AI in assessment, right? From students, they use AI to complete the assessment.
I think there is definitely that worry. Yes, we see a trend, a tendency when we over rely or trust. This is another word that I like, TRUST. Whom do we trust? Should we trust AI? Should we ask the machines? Should we trust technology? Should we trust human? Thank you, Maliana, for that question. So, the thing is, we should, I don't know, Aida, you jawab lah. Aida pecen.
I pick up from Prof. Rose's words just now. If we get, for example, if we get a thing done by AI, can we trust? That highly depends on the system again. Go back to the responsible AI principles, transparency. Because the problem is that if somebody or if the system grade for us, when we talk about assessment, how do we know to what extent? How do we know what are the justification of such marks coming up? That's why we must closely tie the system with our own rubrics, and we only use that as a baseline in order to guide us. But Yana mentioned just now, should we worry if AI if we use AI too much? I would say I love that, because I would like AI to do all the things where I can go do something else. I can go painting, or I can do more things on my own.
I love it. Yeah, that's right. I love you. So sorry, I feel quite sad that I am retired, because almost all the jobs can be done by an AI tool. So where do humans play? Now this is the issue that we need to address. What roles do humans play then? We cannot just say humans have no role. So this is where I think it's so difficult about the ethical aspects. Now this is where humans can play a role. It doesn't matter students, it's as long as you are a human. Ethics, values, you mentioned about values. So these are things that you can ensure. And we in computer science, in IT, we always say, at the end of the day, it's just a machine. We humans control the machine. But what's happening with AI is that the machine is taking over because of the volume and veracity of the data that is available. So we have machine learning and all of that. So that makes us, but we should not say, okay, biarlah. No, we should make more, we should really be more aggressive in humans, and including ethics aspects. So that's why when we develop this roadmap, we have 6 strategies in there, but the first strategy is on governance. We said, if you don't do governance, the whole thing collapses. So part of the governance is the introduction of the dirty word ethics. The good word is responsible AI. Okay, the good word is principles. But we have to ensure that the governance is in place. Then senang, semua lain nak ikut. Tapi just to share lah, ni dah mengeluh kesah lah ni, orang pencen mengeluh kesah. You know what happened to the AI roadmap? You know that at the time when Mosti introduced the AI roadmap, there were 13 other technology roadmaps being introduced, and AI was asked to combine with blockchain. So Mosti now has a blockchain and AI council, of which they have appointed me to be a member of, but I say simply that I disagree with the concept of blockchain and AI. Yes, they are very much interrelated, but for me, because I developed the AI roadmap, I think all technology roadmaps kena follow how the AI roadmap was created, in the sense that the governance must be in place.
Because blockchain does not promote transparency.
No. Yes. Tapi Mosti tak faham tu, bukan Mosti tak faham. Okay, the other thing that I have to mention about the roadmap is that this was commissioned by Mosti, but we informed Mosti it will not work if Mosti is held responsible for all SNT in the country. So it should be shared. So we say that the council, the council must represent different ministries, and perhaps at the most, Mosti can be a secretariat at the most. But what happened nowadays, I think Mosti is still, because other ministries still serahkan pada Mosti. So Mosti is still responsible. So to me, the roadmap, as long as one party is held responsible, can be, for example, that's why I'm so much against MDEC. That's why I'm very much against the Kementerian Komunikasi dan Digital. Okay, Gobind Singh Dio will be so angry with me. I don't care. I am retired. I can say whatever I want. Okay, because
I better keep my mouth shut because I have 12 years to go.
Yeah. Okay. So you can quote me and say, okay, Rosalinda said this, but I'm fine because I am retired. Okay. But for as long as you hold one party to be responsible and accountable for anything that goes on, you will be in trouble. Okay, so that's the basic for me. The rule of governance is don't let one party be wholly responsible. There has to be what? Collaboration between all. And that's why we have a democratic country whereby the citizens are supposed to be able to say what they think, because the wakil rakyat, whatever, will be elected, and actually elected by the citizens who are the voters. But different contexts will have different. Country is one context, university is another context, schools in a state is another, different context lah. But don't let one party be responsible. Sorry lah Aida, macam Senate kan, gitu. Semuanya serah kat Senate. Oh, I disagree totally.
I miss listening to lectures.
Okay, for as long as we have the Senate making rules and regulations for a university, we are in big shit. I can say that because I am retired. Okay, for as long as we leave it, that is the Senate's decision, and then in the country we say, oh, that is the Cabinet's decision. We the Marhines, there's another word I dislike, we the Marhines just have to accept. Cannot. AI is helping us to have a voice. Okay, so appreciate what the tools is helping us. Don't let us be overtaken by the tools. Okay, Raj, I better stop here.
Yeah, no worries. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today's session. And I'd like to thank a big heartfelt thank you to our esteemed panelists, Prof. Ida and Prof. Rosalinda, for sharing your invaluable insights and for all of your important and meaningful questions. This conversation highlights that while AI offers immense potential for innovation in assessment, it's again very important to remember the principles of the use of AI, as well as it's our ethical responsibility to ensure it's implemented with keywords with fairness, integrity, transparency, as well as it is important to further promote the importance of learner and educator big C collaboration. Thank you once again for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Technology Specialist Dr. Aida binti Mustafa and Professor Dr. Rosalinda for a very interesting and stimulating session. I'm sure that we have all benefited from your sharing. As a token of appreciation for the speakers and moderator, we would like to invite Mr. Azizi, the chairperson of iLRF 2024, to present the gift. Please welcome.
Maliana, I nak gambar ni tahu.
Faida, thank you for coming.
Since tak ramai kan. Kalau kat UTM ni dah penuh melimpah-limpah. Hasnai, if it's in UTM, I think there will be so many people. Can we have one photo with everyone? We sit there because I want to sit. But from here, you take a photo with everyone, ya? Boleh ya? Yes, Rose.
Before we move to the next item, we would appreciate it if the participants could provide their feedback on the talk just now. Please scan the QR code to fill in the feedback form. Also, the feedback form link is pasted in the chat. The next activity is the forum, Futuristic Visions, Shaping Tomorrow's World with Human AI Integration. This forum will be conducted fully online, and all participants can view it at our e-learning YouTube channel. We will begin this session shortly. Please stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome everyone to a forum, Futuristic Visions, Shaping Tomorrow's World with Human AI Integration. For this forum, we have a wonderful panelists, Dr. Emily Rush and Dr. S. Sukunasan. Now, I am pleased to invite Mr. Asnai to begin the forum. Please welcome.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Thanks, Firdaus, for starting the session. And it's my pleasure to be moderator for wonderful, session or panel of discussion with great speakers. So let me briefly introduce Dr. Emily Rush. She's team leader for AI development at Rush University. And she's an instructional designer, leveraging over 10 years of expertise in higher education to deliver dynamic learning experiences. Passionate about the intersection of technology and education, particularly the potential of generative AI to transform teaching and learning. Emily is the team lead for AI development at Rush University. She shapes AI policies, empowers faculty through training sessions, and contributes to AI research in teaching and learning. As the university's representative on the Committee for Responsible Use of AI, she bridges academic perspectives with diverse stakeholders across the hospital system. Emily leadership extends beyond her institution. She founded the ID, Instructional Design and AI, Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education Community, and serves as interim co-chair for AI and Education Specialist Interest Group, which affiliated with POD Network. Through these roles, she actively contributes to the discourse on AI transformative potential in higher education. So she would be the right speaker to talk on the title, how we could integrate AI with human touch. And our second speaker will be Dr. Sukun Nasan. Hope I pronounced your name correctly. Apologies if not. Okay. He's an associate professor in business innovative at Edith University in Australia. So Dr. Suku possesses extensive expertise in innovation, technology, and systems thinking, backed by more than 20 years of experience in leadership role in both academic and corporate settings. So his practice knowledge spans a wide range, including involvement in significant government projects, collaboration with subject matter experts, and engagement with Southeast Asian governments. So this hands-on experience equips him with valuable insights into the challenges of managing multi-stakeholder projects, shaping policies, and understanding their real-world implications. Academically, Dr. Suku has made notable contributions with over 60 international publications and an high H-index of 23. He has also demonstrated his innovative side by holding 2 patents and securing grants for his work. His involvement in the startup sphere as both a founder and active participants in startup ecosystem at university and national initiatives. So just to brief you all, the mode of this panel will be each speaker will be given 10 to 12 minutes. So then we will have a question and answer session and followed by second speaker 10 to 12 minutes. And then we will have a final question answer session at the end. Is that okay, everybody? Are you ready? So can we start with Dr. Emily first? Is my sound, everything clear?
Yes, it's clear. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
let me just share. And I had anticipated speaking at a little bit greater length, so my presentation will just be a little bit divided.
Please go ahead.
All right. So Thank you so much for the introduction and for the opportunity to speak today. What I'm going to do, I suppose, will be in two parts. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a framework that I think of three parts for thinking about frameworks for collaborative use of AI in education. And so I'll set that up and then we'll return to it in the second half. Okay, so just starting out, we're about 2 years since the public release of ChatGPT, and during this time, generative AI has rapidly emerged as a transformative force across industries, reshaping traditional practices and creating new opportunities for innovation. Now, in my time to talk today, I want to explore some adaptable strategies for navigating this evolving landscape, especially with an educational context. And I want to talk about how we might do this thoughtfully, collaboratively, and effectively to try and integrate AI into teaching and professional practices. Specifically, I'm going to talk about three areas. So building foundational AI literacy, developing AI competencies, and sustaining practice through communities, or sustaining growth through communities of practice. And I thank you again for that kind introduction. I just wanted to provide a little more context since this will sort of provide background about my own perspectives regarding generative AI. I'm currently actually an AI education specialist at Rush University, and I'm also the leader of 3 AI-focused communities of practice, where I work collaboratively with educators across different disciplines to think about how they can thoughtfully explore AI into teaching and learning. And it's through these experiences that I've come to think of AI not just as a tool, but as a catalyst for collaboration, in the sense that these can help us tap into collective intelligence and address complex challenges together. And so these experiences really shape my collaborative approach to AI, aligning closely with the work and examples that I'll show today. Just a little bit more background as well. I work for the Rush University, which is a health sciences university in Chicago in the United States. And as such, a lot of my examples today will be relevant to my work with health sciences professionals, but I'll also try to make sure that the examples that I discuss today are applicable across disciplines. Now, before I really get into the framework that I alluded to at the beginning of my talk, I want to acknowledge the ubiquity of generative AI. The World Economic Forum, for example, and others have described AI as a marker of the fourth industrial revolution. And like previous transformative technologies, such as steam power and electricity, generative AI has the potential to optimize processes and enable new capabilities across sectors. I think it's important to note that its impacts, though, aren't just technological. It is certainly reshaping, they're also social in the sense that it's reshaping social systems and disrupting education in unprecedented ways. So in order to understand this impact more deeply, I want to explore how it aligns with post-digital theory. And this is one of the different frameworks that I'll talk about today that can help us navigate a world with AI in it. All right, so in terms of post-digital theory, it posits this idea that technology, like generative AI, is so pervasive that it is increasingly embedded throughout the educational landscape. And a good example is the Google Docs Help Me Create feature that you see on the right. I suggest that this feature starts to blur the line between human and AI production. And this is something I'll talk about more throughout my presentation today. I want to argue that this embeddedness offers insights into how human AI collaboration is evolving and the ways that we can see that in some additional recent developments. And shortly, in just a minute, I'm not going to focus extensively on specific AI tools or systems in my discussion today, but I would like to highlight some recent developments that I think stand out as particularly illustrative of how AI is evolving to enhance human AI collaboration. Now, I'll discuss a few key examples of how AI is enhancing collaboration, but at the same time, for those of you who have access to the chat, I welcome you to share some tools or developments that you think are also significant within this broader conversation of human AI collaboration. One that I want to highlight here is the recent development from Claude Anthropic, its new computer feature, which allows users to direct AI to use a computer in the same way that humans might, by observing a screen, moving the cursor, clicking the buttons, typing text, and so on. I think this is significant in terms of human AI collaboration, in terms of offering long-term possibility to automate a wide range of tasks across various domains. And just recently, I think this week, that we've seen that other companies are very quickly following suit, signaling a shift towards more autonomous AI systems. Additionally, some recent examples I think that help us conceptualize this blending of human and AI interaction is ChatGPT's Canvas feature. And this is a feature that was released, I think, in maybe early October to premium account holders. And this is something that allows users to refine text or code collaboratively and in a more granular way. So for example, if I were doing this live as a demo, I could highlight some portions of the text on the right and ask the AI tool to provide more background or context on just a segment of the AI output instead of having to iteratively prompt to refine the content. And likewise, I'm not sure I ever saw it advertised, but Claude Anthropic has a rather similar feature that allows one to highlight sections of the generative AI output and then select options to improve or explain it. And once again, in a more granular and a more collaborative way than me having to say, you know, enter a new prompt and have the entire output modified. All right, so the tools that I've just explored in brief, I think are significant in that they highlight the growing potential for human AI collaboration, but they also raise important questions about how these interactions challenge traditional roles and ideas about authorship, originality, and workflow. And one way that I think we might approach these new opportunities for human AI collaboration is to think about this framework postulated by Dr. Sarah Eaton, an expert in academic integrity, who argues that we've entered what she calls a post-plagiarism era. Now, along with this assertion that we're currently living in a post-plagiarism era, she describes 6 characteristics of such an era, and you can see them on the screen around this nice diagram. For the sake of time, I'm just going to focus on the tenet in the upper left corner with the idea that hybrid human AI writing will become normal. And I think that we can see this reflected in the technologies that I just described, that we have this increased blending of human and AI interaction. And so as such, this particular framework, I think, is useful for thinking about how we might understand these recent shifts in technology and AI. Importantly, I think this shift, both in terms of the technology and in thinking about if we want to apply this lens or framework, it's a way of allowing us to think about moving beyond thinking about AI as simply a tool or a potential threat, and to start thinking about AI as an integral part of our existing processes. And I think this is actually maybe a good time to pause within my presentation, if that's all right, so I can stop sharing.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Emily, for starting up and sharing different tools and how we could leverage on these tools to enhance human AI collaborations. So now I can open the floor for a short question answer session, maybe about 5 minutes. Maybe I can take 1 or 2 questions. Anyone, please? Those who are in our hall, you can use mic and we can hear. And those who are online, actually, this session is going live on YouTube. I already shared the link, so feel free to share with your network also. Any question, post in the comment, and I can actually read it out to our speakers. Okay. Yeah, so just one question from my side, Dr. Emily. You highlighted like how we could enhance human collaboration using tools, right? So which area normally you think there is a gap, like, and which tool will fill up that gap?
That's a good question. In terms of, I don't know about a specific tool right now that is able to fill that gap. I don't think there's a specific tool that can serve all of the functions we need. And that actually, I think when it's time for me to resume speaking will serve as a segue, the fact that for the most part, my discussion today will not be very tool focused. I'm actually more concerned with the frameworks that will help us better negotiate AI, human AI collaboration rather than specific tools. As the tools are going to evolve so rapidly, I think it's hard to focus on tools, and maybe it's not helpful.
Okay. But can you highlight like where is we sorry, we could not hear you. Are you speaking? Hello, can you hear me? Dr. Emily?
Yes, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't know
Okay, yeah.
sorry, I thought you were addressing someone else.
Yeah. So just want to know, like, from your point of view, where we have that gap, like, and yes, maybe you're not tool specific.
I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer to elaborate
No,
on that in terms of tools. I
yeah.
hope in the second part of my presentation, I can elaborate a little bit more on how frameworks might close that gap. And that's when I'll talk about AI literacy or developing AI competencies, for example.
Right. Okay. Yes, maybe Dr. Suku, if you would like to add on anything or you want to ask questions, you can also ask. No worries. Please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, morning, everyone. Yeah, no, great presentation. I think one of the key things that sort of actually come to mind is, Emily, when you shared Elaine's work, Sarah Elaine's work was more on the, how do you actually work and how do you create an artifact or how do you create an output and, what role AI plays. There's a lot of discussion in the industry with regards to how do you work with AI. Soon we have AI bots. You would actually have digital proxies for organizations in many forms and many ways. And should we still have human in the loop in decision making, or what are the risks involved, and to what level we would actually completely automate things, and to what level we would then need a bit more human scrutiny and humanly made decisions as compared to systems taking over and deciding this is how we would decide and do things at the industry level. And then at a student level, what does it mean to use AI to produce an assignment or presentation? I'm going to touch some of this on my presentation as well. I think we are at a crossroads in many ways. What is good and what is bad, and what do you classify as academic integrity, really? It's literally the elephant in the room, and we need to address that that sort of situation. Well, I'll hand it back to Hasnain. Go for it, Hasnain.
Yeah, any comment, Dr. Emily? If not, then you can continue your presentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We can, sorry, I forgot. You need to switch to Prof. Yeah. Dr. Suko, you can start.
Oh, okay. So it's my
It's like switching,
first half. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Screen 3.
Yeah, we can see your screen coming up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Can you guys see
show,
the screen?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Just
All right.
slideshow mode, and that would be perfect.
Hold on, I'll put in a slideshow. Is it good now?
Still
Yeah.
where? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's good now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good morning again. Suku's my name. I'm actually from the School of Business and Law at Edith Cowan University. So greetings from Perth, Australia. So I'll sort of actually put together some slides. Title of today's panel, sort of actually fitting the title if I can as much as I could, Shaping Tomorrow's World with Human AI Integration. Outline a little bit about me, elephant in the room, a few things about AI. And I've got a model that I want to actually share. It's called RAG model. So it's a model that is currently being used. It's retrieval augmented generative, and we would actually have a live demo if we could. So that's the aim, the second half of the presentation. All right, quickly, sort of some background. In fact, I actually studied in Malaysia many years ago and then moved over to Australia. Computer science and background. I've got a PhD in AI in commerce, a range of different interests, including edutech and startup and entrepreneurship. So a lot of my work has been industry focused and related. And I've got a QR code to my LinkedIn. Happy to be connected and extend this discussion to other forums if need be. So yeah, all right. Let's tackle the elephant in the room. I think the big question is from industry level, how and what can AI do for them? I think it's such an important question. Every CEO is actually sort of asking, could we actually reduce resources and just use AI for what we can? At the university discussion, it's very different because you find that AI is available. It's readily available in many forms. You got many products out there driven by a few large organizations. Some have got different efficiency levels. Some got different features. So what and who do you use when? But we also had a point, as Emily shared, a new industrial revolution. This has changed the way we do things. So we had a time where we could say that intelligence could be attained so cheaply and so easily. Look at Canva, design intelligence made cheap. I mean, Grammarly, you don't even need to think about grammar. Everything is so cheap. I mean, it actually does it for you at what, $20 a month? So I've got a lot of those kind of
Dr. Suku.
softwares.
Sorry, I have to
Yeah.
interrupt. I think you are sharing a different screen. We still see your first slide, and in a slide, we couldn't see the slideshow mode.
I see. Okay, hold on. Just give me
You
one
have two
second.
monitors, right?
Yeah. I've got three monitors, so
Okay.
I can understand what's going on. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll stop sharing.
AI is yet to be that level of intelligence that it should automatically pick.
I know. What a shame.
No worries.
Yes. Not this one. Screen 2. Yeah, okay. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, so
Yes.
can you just
Okay.
go back because you were sharing a QR code for your profile? Maybe
Yes.
that would be important.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I've got three screens, so I'm actually toggling between the screens. So yeah. So that's the QR code. If you guys want to be connected on LinkedIn, happy to be in touch and discuss some of the forums. Just 2 weeks ago, I was actually in Malaysia for a conference, and then I'm traveling again in a few weeks. But happy to be connected and touch base on some of these discussions. In the interest of time, I'll quickly go to the next slide. Now, I think it's time that we discuss about this, right? With AI, what has happened is we have intelligence so cheaply and so readily available. So at the questions some of the universities are facing, how do we then demonstrate that students are intelligent or are competent in actually getting something done? So the changes in, asking to someone to write a report or doing a presentation artifact does not make much sense, because you find all this actually readily available. And perhaps the question is more about, how do we then assess students, or how do we actually get value from the current AI environment that we have? And how should we actually do that in the best possible manner? You look at design intelligence, it's so cheaply through Canva. You want to get reports, you want to get business proposals, you can get ChatGPT or Gemini if you have a paid version. If you want to have images, you got Leonardo AI, many others, right? I'm not talking about just one tool, there's many tools. I was playing with songs, and you can make songs with Suno and a few other softwares. And this has changed how we actually work. And over time, we know that for the longest time that AI has exceeded human performance way in time in many different ways. So how do we then actually use AI at a base level and then move and build on? And there are many options, and some of these options could actually lead to some of the discussions that we want to actually have. I'm going to share more terms and how sort of actually the background and the inner works of AI or Gen AI systems that we have. I've just brought some examples here, so then we can talk about it, why this is important. This is important for the actual demo that I have later on. So some of the key terms that we often see is the LLM model. Here I've got in the square, which is GPT-4, owned by OpenAI. Of course, Meta has got their own, which is Llama 2 or 3, 3.1. And of course, NVIDIA has got its own Claude. There's many other LLMs. And these are not only the LLMs that you see. Now, these are big, large organizations. But daily, I would actually say daily basis, if you go to GitHub or many other forums, there's several LLMs released every day, different LLMs. And so all these LLMs actually point to the hobbyists creating something, but you find that technology revolution is just moving on and building. But a lot of them talk on a few different things. One is number of parameters trained. So here GPT-4, 1.7 trillion, and this is September 2021. You can see the training time there. Estimated word count, which is important, 25,000 words of what you can think of, and how it actually works. So LLM works on patterns and probability. So if here, for example, you can see the token says the sky is, and the LLM would probably look at a probable word, which is actually blue, having the less or more likely probability in that sense. And using these patterns, LLMs could actually pick up a number of combination of words. So here previously, you can see estimated word 25,000 words. This is what it can actually think at every other time. But because it's got 25,000 words of permutation of options, it becomes quite slow. So then you think about, how do you actually increase efficiency? Or do you want an LLM which is so big versus an LLM which is actually small, but then faster and more efficient? So these are some of the questions at the implementation level. And LLMs work based on tokens. So there's some guide and rough guidance, I would say, with regards to tokens. So tokens are not complete words. They're probably about 34th of a word, and that's what token is. I'll introduce another term before handing over back to Hasnain. It's actually hallucination. So because an LLM has got 1.7 trillion parameters trained on, it almost requires, it almost has got a lot of capability in responding certain things, but it doesn't have to be actually true because it's based on patterns. Now, us humans hallucinate as well. We hallucinate on many things. You look at the clouds or you look at some shadows and you think, oh, this is what I think it looks like, but it's actually shadow or it looks like a cloud. And hence, if you can control the hallucinations in LLM, you find that then you're getting the right outcome. And you can suddenly reach out and grab the intelligence that the LLMs actually have. So hence, my presentation after the second half will be talking about RAG boards, which then structures an LLM using a certain way, and that would lead to some discussions we have with the demo. I'll pass this back to Hasnain now, and then we'll go from there and we'll see how time goes.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Suku. Wonderful. I mean, great. I was like bit when you mentioned like AI already outperformed in 2024 human performers, right? Wow. Yeah, I mean, great. This is what, so my question here would be like, how, like you said, like based on the parameter or tokens, we can, do you think we can train our LLMs to be more human? What do you think?
Interesting question there. It depends on what you say more human. LLMs are built on patterns and structures of network using a new computing method called transformer. So it basically means that you can pull semantic, the way words are structured, you can actually pull semantics into it, and that's how it connects. It's almost like a network graph if you go into computer science theory. Now, when you say LLM to be more human, perhaps you're talking about, would it answer with emotions? Is it what you're talking about? And that, yes, you can. So I'm working with a hospitality group here in Perth, Prendyville, and we're looking at a software bot which can reply with more emotions. So you would then use a certain type of words that are used in the hospitality and hotel industry, and we would include that words into the bot whenever it replies or seeks for a query and seeks for a question. And these are questions that we want to actually address today. And a bit, it's sort of actually touched on what Emily presented. How do you then handle this human in the loop, or how do you handle having human connection in a bot environment, and how do humans and bots work together?
And just a follow-up question, Dr. Emily, if you are there, if you want to comment on that question, just now I asked from Dr. Suku, you can feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
No, the question was like, if we have a data and tokens or parameters, right? You were saying, could we train LLMs to be more human? So Dr. Suku already answered yes, some sort of, yeah.
I mean, I have to agree that yes, maybe it's possible to be more human, but I guess the question that comes to mind is, to what end would we want to do that?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. And that was like follow-up question for both of you. Like, do you think that these artificial intelligence or LLMs or algorithms or applications will outperform human? Because just now in performance, yes, outperformed already in 2024. How about in humanizing, or replicating the human behavior or empathy you just now highlighted? When these platforms will outperform human?
Um, it's an interesting question. I mean, humans have got some limitation, right? We are talking about a generic human being, and we've got constraints, and not only constraints, we also have got discrimination. We discriminate how we actually act and react in certain circumstances and situations. Now, when you talk about a bot is actually programmed on a certain thing, but it allows itself to actually make decisions based on information given to it or the trained pattern. So any of these LLMs, right? These LLMs are trained on a certain data set. Now, not all LLMs are similar because depending on what they are trained. For example, there are biasness inbuilt into all the systems. Very similar to using Google when you search something. A lot of people think that we get everything on the internet if you search Google. That's not true. You don't get the whole internet when you search Google. Google only indexes maybe 90% of the internet, or a bit more. So you won't actually get everything. So there are some biasness ingrained in the system. So very similar to LLMs. So LLMs are built to certain things. So in some contexts, in a refined context, you can say that these bots may actually perform human intelligence at a point that humans are constrained or limited in their behavior or environment. You could be unwell, you could be facing some situation and you can't respond. A bot could do better, but over time, who knows in what circumstances. But yeah, again, it's all quite dependent. Yeah, I'll pass the baton on to Emily if Emily wants to say something.
I don't have much to add to that in this, except that we keep looking at these benchmarks at which AI surpasses humans, and they're often very standardized tests, or very much aligning with what Dr. Suku said, that they're very specific circumstances at this point in which AI is outperforming humans. So it's not really reflective of other broader conditions or scenarios.
Sure. Okay, so Dr. Emily, you can continue your second part of your talk, and then we will move on. Thanks for the interactive session just now.
All right, so I'd like to pick up where I left off, and I was previously talking about some frameworks for beginning to explore these ideas of human AI entanglements. And so I'd like to resume by thinking about this more specifically in terms of education and professional development. And I'm going to do that now through the context of something called entangled pedagogy. This is an idea put forth by Tim Fons, who argues that there's a very much intertwined relationship between technology and pedagogy, to the extent that it actually creates a false dichotomy if we try to separate the two or place one above the other. And although Fons doesn't talk about AI explicitly in the article that I reference also in the next slide, I think it provides a useful way for thinking about AI as a paradigm shifting technology. And in terms of teaching and learning in my own practice and the faculty with whom I work, I think given our reliance on things like learning management systems, word processing, virtual conferencing, and more, that maybe AI is just the next step in these series of technological advancements that highlight this idea of entangled pedagogy. And just to illustrate this idea a little bit further, I want to explore some of the key concepts from Fons' work by showing a mind map. If we look at this mind map, the gray labels represent the foundational principles of entangled pedagogy, including things like prioritizing context and collaboration, embracing uncertainty, imperfection, openness, and honesty. So we can see those across the middle at the top of the screen. In contrast, the black labels illustrate practical applications of this notion of entangled pedagogy, like co-designing work or projects, adapting to changing needs, and recognizing that mistakes are part of the learning process. And I suggest if we think about this idea of entangled pedagogy, that these elements might help support meaningful integration of AI into educational practices. That said, while entangled pedagogy provides a useful theoretical lens, I think navigating this complexity also requires a foundational knowledge and awareness, what we often call, I think today, AI literacy. Now, in creating AI literacy at my own institution, which has been central to my work as an AI education specialist, we relied very heavily on Maha Bali's work and her definition of critical AI literacy, which emphasizes the awareness and reflective understanding needed to negotiate the use of AI today. Now, as she notes, AI literacy goes beyond technical knowledge to consider the broader implications of AI, its historical context, ethical dimensions, and societal impacts. Very importantly, though, of course, AI literacy entails the discernment of knowing when not to use AI. And at my own institution, we created AI literacy education that's been disseminated through the institution and also across several other institutions worldwide. And we distilled these skills and knowledge into 4 key elements that you can see on the screen. So recognition, comprehension, critical thinking, and proficiency. And to me, these are the elements that are really fundamental to driving forward human AI collaboration, is the foundational or the conceptual frameworks that we bring to AI, more so than just thinking about the technology. Building on Maha Bali's work, also, I think we have to recall that it's necessary to think as part of the critical thinking elements of AI literacy that we also need to make equity a key component of these discussions, making sure we're thinking about questions such as bias, access, and environmental impact, and trying to implement actionable strategies like integrating equity discussions into AI literacy training, and advocating for the use of open source and affordable AI tools when possible. I think, though, at least I've discerned in my own work that while AI literacy is important, that we're also getting to the point that we need to move beyond AI literacy and start promoting and developing the use of domain-specific AI competencies. And I suggest that these competencies might provide more practical and contextual guidance that's needed to integrate AI effectively while addressing the unique challenges and opportunities in education, healthcare, and other complex fields. And so here, to illustrate the idea of discipline-specific competencies, I'm using a healthcare example from the journal Academic Medicine. And below we see different competencies that outline ways to focus on integrating AI into clinical practice. We see, for example, an emphasis on basic knowledge and its applications of AI and its applications in healthcare, understanding the social and ethical implications of AI, which is described in detail in the slide, being able to perform AI-enhanced clinical encounters by conducting patient-centered care using AI, implementing evidence-based evaluation, and assessing quality, accuracy, safety, biases, and more regarding AI and their tool sets, conducting workflow analyses in terms of adapting teams, roles, and workflows to effectively integrate AI tools, and I think also importantly, implementing ongoing education through practice-based learning. And I want to highlight, though, that while I think these competencies are certainly healthcare specific, their structure is highly adaptable. And if you were to replace the terms in blue, like healthcare or patient-centered care, I think that these competencies outlined here might transfer well to a variety of other complex domains. And I want to be mindful of time, so I'm going to wrap up by talking about the other part that I think is crucial, at least based on my experience, for human AI collaboration, and that is the participation in and the development of communities of practice. So the competencies that I just outlined, I think, provide an excellent roadmap for integrating AI into our work or educational practice. But doing that can't be an individual effort. And so as such, communities of practice, I think, play a crucial role in transforming these ideas into sustained action through collaboration, shared learning, and collective problem solving. In terms of just a brief recap, in case you're not familiar with communities of practice, we might think of them as collaborative groups of individuals working together to address shared challenges. In terms of communities of practice for AI, I think they've been helpful for fostering collaborative growth and innovative use in AI. They might work together to address ethical, equity, and access challenges, and they can support ongoing learning and rapidly evolving learning landscapes. In my own professional settings, I've found faculty communities of practice especially valuable as a way for faculty to participate in AI challenges, is what we call them, so opportunities for upskilling, but also for sharing best practices for integrating AI into their teaching and learning. All right, so I want to wrap up and just say that what I've tried to do today is emphasize that as AI becomes increasingly integral to the future of education and work, that the kinds of adaptable frameworks that I've discussed will become increasingly essential. Just to wrap up, AI literacy, I think, provides a foundation for understanding, competencies, enable effective application, and communities of practice offer sustained growth through collaboration. And so in short, I think together all of these elements can help support meaningful human AI integration, thus shaping the future of teaching, learning, and working in a rapidly evolving world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emily. I can't agree more with collaborative community of practice. And I think our session before this forum also, Prof. Rosalinda and Prof. Ida also highlighted the same concept that we need to collaborate more. And we can't over-rely on technology or tool only. Yes. So we will move on now to Dr. Suku to cover up the second phase, and then we will have a question and answer session at that. Over to you, Dr. Suku.
Thank you. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to share the screen. Screen 2. Okay. Can you guys actually see the screen?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, cool. All right. So I sort of actually stopped before, just before that, talking about hallucinations. And what I'm going to share now is actually I'm going to introduce the concept of RAG bots or RAG Gen AI models. So the normal Gen AI model, like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini and a range of different things, even like Leonardo AI or any of those systems. You're working through prompts, and hence you can see that image on your right-hand side. You have question and answers, and a generic LLM would actually reply to you based on questions. Some of the problems here are you need to actually build more prompts. So prompt engineering has been a very important skill for recent graduates or even actually in the industry. How do you actually get best from any LLM? But then there's a lot of issues with regards to working with the generic LLMs. One of the main important things is leaching of IP. That means proprietary information getting back into the systems, and so organizations losing some of those IPs that they've held. But the other problems are not having controlled outcomes. You can't actually repeat an outcome that you want. And the problem of hallucination, because you can't control how to give structure for the LLM to actually think about. So now I'm going to introduce something called a RAG bot. So RAG is literally retrieval augmented generative. So it sort of actually sits on top of a generic LLM, which you can actually see here. So the RAG bot then sort of actually opens a structure where you can put information into the RAG bot, and the RAG bot gives the LLM a lens to think about or questions to be actually asked. So every time you ask a RAG bot, the system then thinks using the regs information and then queries the LLM. So the type of information that you can actually put in a reg bot are very similar to any other readable machine information. So it could be a PDF, audio, text, CSV, all those sort of files. And in specific to an organization, for example, in context, it could be records of meetings, emails, reports, documentation, spreadsheets, and websites and things like that. And for a reg bot to actually work even better, you need to actually have some sort of persona setting. This means you give boundary setting to a system. You can tweak the temperature, which is the hallucination. You can check the vector database, the token size, and any other caveats that you want to introduce into the system. By doing this, the RagBot then actually has got a persona and an approach of how to actually work within a system. So the process would then be, you've got any questions coming in, it goes into the RagBot will question and then bring it out back again. So here in my demo, I'm going to use Llama 3, which is by Meta on Facebook, as the LLM. And then the RagBot has got HR-related questions. So there's a lot of benefits in setting up as this because it's actually quite practical. And it has got one of the best structures trying to leverage off an LLM. So more than just RagBot, a lot of the discussions right now falls into edge rag. So edge basically means that it's a system sitting inside your machine or sitting inside your cloud system. So when you talk about IT, a lot of us don't think about how the IT infrastructure is actually structured. But some of the most important questions are, where is our cloud or where is the intelligence sitting? Would our LLM, if we decide to use, would it sit in the cloud base or would it sit within our machines, like on-prem, or would it sit in the university or in the organization, or would it be in the cloud? And where would your RAG be? Would the RAG be within your laptop or your desktop or your mobiles, or would the RAG be somewhere else? Why these are important questions? Because you're trying to protect proprietary information. You're also trying to see the flexibility or structure of how you're going to do your IT needs. Where do you throw your firewall and how you keep it safe? So this changes many of the structures in discussion at an enterprise level, which is quite important to look at. So I'm going to quickly, just due to time, I'm going to run into a live demo. And because it's going to be a HR system, basically this system was embedded into an organization, a business council organization. And the whole intention was to teach or help employees learn about HR policies. And because it's a RAG system, and then the question is, does it actually change how it's going to replace existing communication between the HR team and the employees? You have emails, SharePoint for internal information, and of course, employees could just front up to the office and talk to someone in HR, but then they need to actually have an appointment. While the RAG system could run 24/7, sharing information about HR. So this also is connected to a learning pedagogy. So when you allow, and when you give information to staffs for them to actually explore HR policy, it is almost similar to constructivist education design. So the main tenet of constructivism is basically construction of knowledge. And the construction of knowledge is actually an active process pursued by the learner. So the learner charts their own journey through learning by continuous or active question and answer session with the system. So I'm going to share a QR code which you guys can actually scan. And the system's name is, the bot's name is Sam. you would land onto a widget where you can actually ask HR questions. And the type of questions to ask is, about time, attendance, salary and wages, a range of different things, all to do with HR and a bit more. But the intention is this. We're having a RAG system so we can free up time from HR. So we tested this with the business council here, and the HR manager agreed that this system, this RAG bot, could actually save between half an hour and 1 hour of their daily time, which is a huge productivity boost because now HR managers can now attend to more needs where they need personal touch or more human intelligence involved or human touch involved and personal time. I hope you guys test out the system. Now, I'd like to share what's inside the board. So in the setting of the board, this was some of the things to look at. Now you can see I've not shared everything, but some of it. I've put in 3 information documentation into it. The LLM temperature is 0, so there's no hallucination. It is set to query, and also it has got some boundary setting, what it can answer, what it can't answer, what are the boundaries it should have, and also the personality it creates, addressing some of Has9's questions. So questions to ask: how does this change workflow in the business organization? Staff as a learner, has this increased their productivity because now they can get HR questions readily answered to them? What is AI maturity and readiness of the organization themselves? Can they add more into the maturity and readiness at their level? What about AI policies that they need to actually have about? And this question about humans working in AI and humans in the loop, which is what the most important part it is, like, human in the loop, where Emily was talking about as well. Finally, I think we need to embrace AI and transform our ways of working. I find that the industry is sort of actually moving very quickly, and the university as a whole is probably slightly behind, or some industries, especially small, medium industries. It's catch-up time, and we have a steep learning curve ahead. So I'll stop there, and happy to take any questions from there on.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suku. Wonderful. You are actually ahead of time. I put actually a timer. So wonderful.
Okay.
I think looking at both presenters' talk just now, Dr. Emily and Dr. Suku, the question I had at the start of forum answered already. Like I was thinking how we could humanize tool or technology, but at the end of both speakers' talk, especially Dr. Suku, just now you were sharing that you could save time. And if we could utilize that time to interact more with users, and that could actually even more interaction and collaboration, and what Dr. Amy highlighted, like collaborative community of practice, Yeah. So just one question, which I would throw to both of you. How we could actually, looking at the topic, futuristic vision shaping tomorrow world with human AI interaction, So what do you think, like what kind of frameworks we could come up to address responsible use or ethical use, and then addressing the human concern, and inclusivity, diversity, and, equity and all that stuff, how we could come up with the framework, or is there already framework available? So how you're going to address this concern or question? Yeah, please, maybe you can start with Dr. Emily, sorry. Yeah.
I think in terms of coming up with frameworks for responsible use or ethical use, that there are existing frameworks, like Dr. Bahabali's work is excellent for thinking about critical AI literacy and what constitutes responsible use. And she has wonderful discussions about ethical concerns regarding AI, and also discussions that I think are crucial about thinking about when it's not appropriate, especially for learners, to use AI. I think it's an important part of the conversation. And then, of course, like UNESCO, there's so many other wonderful guidelines. I think it's hard to pinpoint just one approach to AI literacy, but there are multiple avenues for approaching that, I think.
Yeah. And anything, Dr. Suku, you would like to add?
I think, yeah, no, good response, Emily. I guess ethical use of AI would involve a certain discrimination of the risk level on the application that we're using, and the intent of using AI. So EU, for example, has got a very good guideline. I guess most countries have got some guideline or AI policies, and organizations as well. But EU's guideline versus the Australian policy guideline has got some differences. So the Australian policy guideline more takes on innovation should be allowed, and you should be allowed to try and fail fast, and then sort of actually regroup and learn from there and to move on. Because not all platforms come with a certain way of an approach. All of them have got different caveats. They've got different ways of holding the IP, or implication of something goes wrong, and who's responsible and things like that. So ethical use of AI has to be a lot to do with, I would think, a safe approach, a lot to do with sandbox and testing. So in this implementation, for example, we worked with the HR managers to get repeatedly accurate answers, or to some level that we could say that the accuracy is within a tolerable human response. And what is that? And so that would mean it's a tacit knowledge coming from humans as a known HR manager with like 10, 20 years experience, and saying, all right, these responses are acceptable by a bot, and hence we allow that to actually occur. And so then that's ethical. So I think you need a human oversight and acceptance that this piece of work would be now outsourced to a bot, and the bot is going to take some decisions on behalf of humans, and that is acceptable. So any tweaking of that bots, or giving more autonomy, means then you need to revisit this policy of, I think it needs to be vetted through a human, because it's going to do some of our role. I think that part of the questions are there. And so it's very context dependent. And in hospital and medical applications are very different. I would understand, Emily, sometimes it's human lives and so on. How do you actually handle that? Do we, if someone is in palliative care and you're actually giving them some sort of drug, the administration of a drug, or a drug trial, you completely, then it's a different discussion completely. So yeah, I'll probably leave it there without explaining a bit too much.
Yeah. Great. So just follow-up question, it's like concern is how we could, as artificial intelligence is advancing so fast, and is there, I think I was going through Good AI conference somewhere, I think it's happening now. So maybe that could address, I don't know, I yet to attend that session. But my concern here is how we could democratize, democratic, or bring in democracy into access of AI use. And it's the same like what I asked in the past previous question also, like equity, diversity, and EDI, concept. So what do you think, how, or is there any association which can actually, make sure that third world countries or countries we are developing, how they could have access to this kind of resources or platforms? Yeah, what do you think, or what do you say about this? Maybe Dr. Emily, you can start first, or Dr. Suku. Yeah.
Dr. Suku, if you'd like to go ahead, that's fine.
Okay. I think the proliferation of AI with ChatGPT, right? Came out and then quickly you've got like 10 million users and 100 million users being taken up. It's because of the of how cheap it has been. Now you try to democratize AI. I think there's many lens to that, and how do you actually look into that discussion? But for underdeveloped countries, I guess AI gives you a platform to leapfrog in many different ways. But again, the usage needs to be actually very contextual in understanding what it brings. It's almost like any technology that could, shift things. But in many ways, I think it's a game changer, and that's what I think. So if you have the right platforms, or I would say right, not platforms, the right framework to be adopted by developing countries, or even actually small, medium industries in that sense, I think embracing AI in the right way and having the right maturity framework and roadmap changes the game completely. Because what would you find soon? You would actually have not only humans working for you, but then you would have AI agents or AI bots performing certain tasks on certain platforms, where the platforms would need interaction, information, a range of things. And all would you be doing as an organization would be you'd be spitting out bots which feeds of information from you, and then performs the tasks on your behalf with some autonomy and some level of autonomy in some regards. And how do you democratize AI? I've got no idea how to answer that question. I mean, so when you talk about large AI systems, OpenAI is leading, I would say. Hard to agree on what is leading means, even to me. Now, a lot of large organizations are at the platform game, so they would build an engine like an LLM and then leave it out there for people to use and collect information from there, and also allow developers to build on top of that OpenAI. That LLM. Everyone is in this game. NVIDIA, Meta, Google, and many other players. And so they hold the LLMs. And if any changes and you build developments on top of, let's say, ChatGPT, and if you want to change your applications, or if OpenAI decides that, oh, we're going to defunct this or whatever, you're dependent on them. I think that is the only caveat. But soon I find it'll be almost like, Amazon and a range of different, where all these utilities are just part of stable performance, like electricity supply, for example. Yeah.
Yes.
My 2 cents.
Sure. Thanks. Yes, Dr. Emily, if anything you would like to add?
No, thank
Okay.
you. That's a complex question, and I don't think I have anything to add to that.
Okay. So just to summarize, like what we have discussed, we started with human, AI collaboration enhancement using some of the tools which Dr. Emily shared, and how they can enhance human AI collaboration. And some of the features you mentioned about chat, GPT, Canvas have similar features like Cloud also. Then you shared some of the framework like post-plagiarism, the 6 tenets. Yeah, very nicely put every elements there. And then entangle pedagogy by Tim Font. Then navigating the complexing AI literacy by Mahabali. That's very good reference. Yeah, I heard her. Yeah, she talks very nicely like on ethical dimensions. And then answering my question, like you mentioned about UNESCO framework. So that's a very good resource. We could actually refer to that. Then you mentioned about domain-specific AI competencies. Yeah. So, and community of practice using collaborative model for AI integration, and collective problem solving. That's very nice keywords, like everyone should come together and use these AI frameworks and tools to collaboratively or collectively solve problems we are facing as a human for whole humanity, And then Dr. Suku, you covered like outperformance of human as far as performance is concerned. It happens already by AI in 2024. Then you mentioned about generative LLMs and parameters and training set tokens and hallucinations, how we could actually overcome. And then you highlighted the prompting skills. That's the key component where our graduating or undergraduate students should pick up. Okay, any final statement from both of you? We start with Dr. Emily before we end this wonderful forum we had just now. Dr. Emily, over to you.
I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak. And again, for me, like particular areas of interest, as I've already highlighted, are the continuation of exploring domain-specific or discipline-specific guidance. I think, at least at my institution, that's where we're moving. And then again, I think just highlighting the importance of community of practice. I find so many of the people with whom I work want to learn from their peers, and I think that will be integral to moving AI skills forward.
Yes, over to you, Dr. Suku, final statement.
Yeah, I think couldn't agree more with Emily. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the things that I sort of actually do. I don't know. I think as we embrace a radical technology which is about to change many things that we would do more normally before, I think organizations and enterprise systems would or no architectures would need buffer and time, and also allowances of failures. And how do we learn from failures? It's a very important thing. So I often encourage staff to actually try and fail fast, and then learn from there, and then see what's the best practice, and from there inform others, because you pick up a lot and you find that your usage is very unique and narrowed to your application. But then being in a community, as what Emily mentioned, has a lot of benefit. But also, to what extent is your burn rate is the other question. How much time do you actually give to get an outcome? And what do we then inform our students in the university is a very important question. What is the skill set they get from here? Should they go out and explore, and what they get from the studying, or from actually the courses that we actually teach them? I think we're at crossroads in many ways, but it's again, I think AI is just another technology in the foray that we have to address. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, over to MC Firdaus.
Okay, to the participants in the hall, you may use the microphones to ask any questions to the speakers. For online participants, feel free to drop your questions in the YouTube chat. Any questions from the audience? I think no.
Firdaus, is okay. You can end the
Okay.
session. I think we have already addressed a lot of questions, and in discussion.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Dr. Emily Rush and Dr. S. Sukunesan, for sharing with us your valuable experiences and your knowledge on this interesting topic. Also, thank you, Mr. Asnain, for wonderfully moderating the session. And then we would appreciate if everyone could provide their feedback on the forum. Please scan the QR code to fill in the feedback form. Also, the feedback form link is pasted in the chat. We will be starting this closing ceremony at 11:30 a.m. To all honorable guests, speakers for today, we wish you to stay for the session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
and everyone.
We apologize for the delay earlier on. Now, let's move on to the announcements of the winners of the e-Innovasi Competition 2024. Before we proceed with the results, I'd like to take a moment to share some insights about the competition itself. The e-Innovasi competition is designed to inspire, empower, and elevate participants through the innovative approaches to technology-enhanced learning for students, educators, and corporate staff in higher education. This competition provides a platform for the learning and teaching community to explore and showcase fresh insights, best practices, emerging trends, challenges, and innovations in the field of education. In alignment with the theme of iLRF 2024, Blending Human, AI, Immersion, and Innovation, this year's competition focuses on the use of AI technology, tools, and humanity. This year, the competition features 5 main categories, which are micro-learning, micro-credential, mobile apps, learning experience, and video competition. There are also subcategories, which are student and professional. For this award, we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Hital Jayaprakash, Director of IIM University Learning Resources, to present the awards to the winners. Please welcome. We will begin with the Video Competition Award. The winners for the Best Video Competition Professional category, in third place is a project called Innovasi MBOX 2P3D. Congratulations to the winner. Please come forward to receive the prize. They will receive 300 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. In second place is a project called Suntik Bitara. Please come forward to receive your prizes. They will receive 500 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. And the first place goes to project Talk It Out, a podcast journey through speaking skills. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. Congratulations once again to all winners. Next are the winners for the Best Video Competitions Student category. In third place is a project called the Multifunction Crockery. Congratulations to the winner. Please come forward to receive your prize. They will receive 300 ringgit cash prize and a medal and an e-cert. In second place is a project called Pillars TV Platform Pembelajaran Abad ke-21. Congratulations to the winner. Please come forward to receive the prize. They will receive 500 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. And the first place goes to Project Rise and Fall Off Network. Congratulations to the winner. Please come forward to receive your prize. They will receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. Congratulations to all winners. Next is the Micro Credential Competition Award. The winners for the Micro Credential Competition in third place is project called Architectural Modeling in SketchUp. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive 300 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. In second place is project called Unlocking the Third Dimension. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive 500 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. And in the first place is project called Safe Bite Initiatives. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. Next is the Micro Learning Competition Award. For consolation prize, the recipient is project called Medicinal Chemistry Case Study. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive a medal and a cert. Now, the winners for the Micro Credential Competition. In third place is project called X and Y Unlocked Through Basic Simultaneous Equations. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive 300 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. In second place is the project called Story of Brachial Plexus. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 500 cash prize and a medal and e-cert. Okay, and now the first place goes to project called Micro-Learning Activity on Basics in Crime Scene Investigation. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. Next is the Mobile Apps Competition Award. The winners for the Mobile Apps Competition Professional category in third place is project called Network, a gamified e-learning mobile application for internet networking course. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 300 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-set. In second place is project called Personalized and Gamified Learning with Human Parasitology Microscopic Diagnostic Flashcard App. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 500 cash money and medal and e-set. And the first place goes to project called Revolutionizing Anatomy Education with My Smart Skeletal MYAS Immersive Learning Experience. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-set. Now, the winners for the mobile apps competitions student category. In second place is project called Hook and Bite Apps. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 500 ringgit cash prize and a medal and e-set. And the first place goes to project called Focus Fuse, Focus Achieve. Congratulations to the winners. They receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-set. Next is the Learning Experience Competition Award. For professional category, we begin with the consolation prize. The recipients are project title, Akhlak Islamia Augmented Reality Akar. They receive a medal and e-set. Next is BeatSync Korotkov Sound Interactive Learning. Congratulations, they receive a medal and e-set. Next is 360 Immersive Learning Experience, applying clinical skills and aseptic practices among first-year medical students. They receive a medal and e-set. Next is invoking domain general computational thinking via a game-based learning platform. They receive a medal and e-set. Next is Hemaverse, redefining hematology education through immersive VR. They receive a medal and e-set. Next is Gamergogi, a gamified strategy to foster molecular simulation skills among pharmacy students. They receive a medal and e-set. Next is application of artificial intelligence in the detection of diseases and behavior of farm animals, a new frontier in a veterinary student projects. They receive a medal and e-set. And now are the winners for the Learning Experience Competitions Professional category. In third place is project called Augmented Reality Jom Potong Ayam for Deaf. Please come forward to receive your prize. Congratulations to the winners that will receive 300 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. In second place is project called Immunology Medicine and Interactive Learning Experience using gamification elements. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 500 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. And the first place goes to project called IP Tutor Interactive Personalized Tutor for Learning Data Flow Diagram. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. Now the consolation prize for the Learning Experience Competitions student category. The recipients are Unlocking Cryptography Through Minecraft, a fun learning adventure. Congratulations, they receive a medal and e-cert. Next is iKid KBM. Congratulations, they receive a medal and e-cert. And now, the winners for the Learning Experience Competition student category. In third place is project called eGrow, Growing Plan from Food Waste to Strive Zero Hunger. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 300 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. In second place is project called Math Runner. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 500 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. And the first place goes to project Charismatic Max Venture. Congratulations to the winner. They receive 700 ringgit cash prize, a medal, and e-cert. Thank you, Dr. Hitler, for presenting the awards to the winners. Once again, congratulations to all winners. Now, we move on to the Best Poster Award. There is only one winner for this category. For this award, we invite Professor Gerard George to present the award to the winners. Please welcome. And the best poster award goes to project Charismatic Max Venture. Congratulations to the winner. They will receive a plaque and e-cert. No, we have it. Next, we have the Best Booth Award. The winner is determined based on scores from both of the judges and the visitors to the booth. And the award for the Best Booth goes to project iKid KBM. Congratulations to the winners. We are truly inspired by the enthusiastic participation of school students from all over the country in this competition. It is a breath of fresh air to witness the passion and commitment that these young talents, along with their dedicated teachers, bring to the event. Hence, to acknowledge their participation, we introduce student category. Now, for the best student category, the award goes to project Charismatic Max Venture. Congratulations to the winners. They will receive 1,000 cash prize and a plaque and e-cert. Heartiest congratulations to the team. Similarly, to recognize the hard work, commitment, and efforts of educators, we have introduced the Best Professional category. And now, the award for the Best Professional category goes to project IP Tutor, Interactive Personalized Tutor for Learning Data Flow Diagram. They will receive 1,000 cash prize and a plaque and e-cert. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you, Prof. Juraj Josh, for presenting the awards. We have now come to the announcements of the prestigious Tan Sri Abu Bakar Sulaiman Award. To acknowledge innovation and creativeness at school level in IMU University, we have introduced Tan Sri Abu Bakar Sulaiman Award. This award is given to school based on the highest points secured by all innovation projects submitted and demonstrated by each school during the iLRF 24. It is with great pleasure to invite Academician Emerita, Professor Dr. Asma Ismail, our Honorable Vice Chancellor and CEO of IMU University, to present the prestigious Tan Sri Abu Bakar Award to the winner. Please welcome. The winner of the much coveted Tan Sri Abu Bakar Trophy is School of Medicine. Congratulations to the School of Medicine. We would like to invite the Professor Slaha, Dean of School of Medicine, to accept the award. Thank you, Professor Dr. Rasma, for presenting the award. A big congratulations to the School of Medicine for their efforts and hard work. Now, we would like to take a group photo for all VIPs and competitions here. So may we invite Prof. Dr. Rasma, Prof. Gerard George, and all SMTs, Dr. Hittel, HODs, and all the winners to come up to the stage for a group photo. All winners, yes, all winners, yeah. You decide. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. We again would like to thank Professor Dr. Asma, Professor Gerard George, Professor Ian Martin, SMTs, Deans, Directors, HODs, and everyone for being here celebrating with us today. For the participants' information, the winners list will be available in our iLRF 24 website. Please feel free to visit the website to view the winners and list of medal receivers. For an additional medal, please proceed to the registration counter to check the full details. After this, we will have a post-event activity, which is a talk entitled Immersive Technologies and AI for Healthcare. Please stay tuned. Before we end, we would like to thank all of you who are here today. We greatly appreciate your participation and attendance at this event. We would like to apologize for any setbacks throughout this event. We hope that all of you have enjoyed and benefited from all the sessions. A heartfelt thank you to the members of senior management team, deans, directors, whose presence would bring a great appreciation and motivation for all the iLRF 24 participants and winners. A big thank you to the sponsors, Ministry of Education MOE, Malaysian Board of Technologies MBOT, and Sports Co-Curricular and Arts Division BSKK, who have kindly supported this event. We look forward to seeing all of you again in our future iLRF event. Thank you and have a good afternoon, everyone. Di YouTube channel ni. Lupa. Ni apa? Mana ni? Dorang post.
We got 16 now. Ni current lah.
Watching now.
Watching.
Okay. Hopefully, hopefully some of them will interact because I thought there would be people, so I made interactive slides.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. For sure.
Can start now? You can use this one lah. I think. Yeah. You want to present it? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the post iLRF 24. We have a post-event talk entitled Immersive Technologies and AI for Healthcare by Mr. Johan Dono. Now, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Johan to begin the session. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have a nice little cozy crowd over here. Thank you very much. I think we can call up the slides now. While we call up the slides, I'll just give a brief introduction. Right? Hi, my name is Johan. In case you had some doubts from my face, I know I don't look like it, but Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Hello, everybody. So I am the program director, specializing in training and education for Virtual Tech Frontier. We are an immersive technology company. Okay, so for those of you that are watching online or those of you in the crowd, feel free to look us up. Today, I have been invited to speak about immersive technologies for AI and AI in healthcare. So I hope that these will be valuable to you. I've gone out of my way to collect some samples, and data from Microsoft and Stanford Medical. So hopefully that's useful for everyone. If we can call up our slides. We do a sorry? Yes, there we go. All right. So I hope everybody is able to see what we are ready to present. Now, all of you, I would encourage you, since this is an interactive session, to please join in. Okay, whether you're online or whether you're in person, I have a QR code here for you to scan. But for those of you that are joining online, if you can't scan a QR code, that's okay. We also have the ability to join on browser. So feel free to open up a browser, head over to menti.com, and then use the code 84087428. Okay, so menti.com, 84087428. Feel free to join, and once you've joined, do give us. I've given you some options for emojis over there. We have a thumbs up, we have a heart, and we have a cat. The cat is always a very popular one. So feel free to let us know that you're in once you've logged on to our interactive session. Okay, we'll give a bit of time. So as I mentioned before, what I'll be doing is I'll be going through some examples of immersive technologies. And besides going through examples of immersive technologies, we will then look at how those apply specifically to healthcare, right? And then we'll look through what AI is, what it isn't, and again, some deployments of AI meaningfully in healthcare and what it cannot do at the moment. Okay, so we've gotten a couple people in already. Fantastic. Let's get started. Any objections? Or we all good? Okay, I'll take that as we are all good. Thank you for all the reactions. So let's go. So let's start off with a question to the floor. When somebody says immersive technology, what do you think about? Right? It varies from person to person. Some people think, oh, well, immersive technology must be VR, right? Or immersive technology, does that mean something we can touch and feel? What does it mean? So let's see what everybody thinks. AI, alien tech, interesting. Let's see what other thoughts we have. Virtual world, immersive. Well, yes, immersive technology is immersive. Very, very good. You can't have it without that. Okay, alien tech is very interesting. We've never quite had that one yet before. Okay. Virtual, yes, okay. Okay. Well, you're not wrong. Now, let me walk you through some examples of immersive technologies, okay? So, essentially, immersive technologies come in many forms. One of the forms can be an immersive room with projection mapping. This allows the whole room to look like whatever you want it to. It can be also very, very responsive. So when you touch it, it moves and responds to what you do. We also have mixed reality. This one is going to be a bit more popular in a few years once the Vision Pro and Meta Quest take off. But essentially, it allows you to have virtual elements overlaid through your environment. AI conversation bots, I think we'll see more of these pretty soon. You can deploy these on kiosks. You can have them on websites. You also have them in apps, right? Besides that, we'll also see more likely to have AI photo booths, okay? So this one, maybe you're at a fashion show and then you can imagine what you look like on the runway, okay? Or what you look like in certain clothes. Things like sensor-based games that respond to your gestures in the air or your movement. These are also an example of immersive technologies that can attract crowds. Of course, we can't miss out virtual worlds. Well, one of these types is called a metaverse. We have our own platform, it's called Mito World. These work in the browser and they allow you to explore 3D worlds as much as you like. And nothing beats immersion like a hologram. Instead of having a presentation slide beside you, it appears all around you. We had an example earlier in our booth. Feel free to visit our company to learn more. Okay? Now, we've just seen a couple of different examples of immersive technologies. Now, what do you think they can be used for in healthcare? Okay? Because projection mapping, AI bots maybe is going to be a bit easier, but how would holograms, all of these be used? Any thoughts? We get this conversation quite a lot when we deal with our clients that work in healthcare. Hologram frog anatomy. Well, yes, that's one. Anatomy. Anatomy is quite a good one for you to be able to examine because the human body, it's good to be able to blow it up, zoom in, zoom out, change to be able to see the nervous system, the skeletal structure, the skin. So yes, anatomy is a really, really good one. Besides that, VR dental. Yes, that is another good one. Similar to anatomy, the ability to zoom, the ability to look at different angles, and then perhaps simulate dental surgeries or treatments. That would be quite good. Save life and my beloved human. Well, yes, that is the purpose of healthcare, so well done. Good job there. MR can be used for surgery tutorials. Actually, yes, very, very true. We have a video that might be telling for that. So intervention programs, yes. Practicals, yes. Meds for psychology. Chiropractic. This one is very interesting. Chiropractic practice. This one, probably we will need a bit of technological advancement. For now, we don't have so advanced something called haptics. This is the feedback, right? Once you have a bit better haptics, then it gets easier to do this. But yes, good. Okay. So, right now, a lot of healthcare industries are exploring extended reality for the exact things that you've brought up, right? It's a lot of simulations. So we have overseas and locally people trying to figure out, all right, how can extended reality be used for surgical simulations and training of surgeons, right? Beyond that, we use a lot of virtual reality for teaching. This is mostly deployed in universities, not so much in hospitals, right? Because it allows you to get the person immersed with a bunch of objects that probably wouldn't just be available on hand. Like you can't have them play with a beating heart by having a cadaver on standby, right? But in using virtual reality, they can play with bones, they can play with hearts, they can play with whatever they need as they need, with descriptions and interactability. However, the real value actually is going to be with mixed reality, what we call collaborative simulations. So we could end up having what is essentially a classroom, multiple people with headsets or smart glasses, and then they all go into the same environment, and a teacher can lead a session where they interact with the same object. So this is actually one of the best values that it's going to have. All right, so let's talk about, for the guests that have just joined us online or in person, feel free to join in our interactive session. So there's no QR here, but you can open your browser. You head over to menti.com. After you head over to menti.com in your browser, feel free to enter the code 84087428. The code is 84087428. Okay, that will allow you to give us a lot of little emojis at the bottom. Fan favorite of most kids tends to be the cat. Older people tend to use the heart or the like. That's fine. But yes, we are now discussing, what is AI? What does it mean to you? You're walking on the street, then instead of somebody randomly saying nak makan or something like that, they say like, oh, AI. You hear it whispered in the wind. Okay, what comes to your mind when you hear this? Algorithms, robots, magic. There's always one person that puts magic because it works like magic. Very good. Okay, so this is one of the better sessions. Usually I put a fourth option for anybody that feels like they are left out or they really don't know. So this time everybody is quite serious. Not bad. Okay. Well, most of you have got it right. Essentially, artificial intelligence is a network of algorithms, right? And these algorithms, what they do is they function to allow a computer to mimic human intelligence. That's what artificial intelligence is. Okay, don't confuse that. If somebody say artificial intelligence is ChatGPT, this is very, very misguided. Okay, don't believe that. Artificial intelligence is algorithms, and specifically algorithms arranged in a certain way that mimic human intelligence, okay? So, let's go. Now we have a video to show you what it could be for healthcare. Let's watch.
I am a healer, helping our loved ones recover safely in the hospital and at home.
That I am allergic to penicillin. Is it still okay to take medications?
Definitely. These antibiotics don't contain penicillin, so it's perfectly safe for you to take them. I am delivering new insights into treating disease. Enabling better diagnoses faster. And lending surgeons a helping hand. I am opening new realms of discovery. And creating new medical miracles. I am uncovering emerging threats. Exploring a universe of possibilities to find the ideal protein. And accelerating the path to a human. I am AI, brought to life by NVIDIA and brilliant healers everywhere.
All right, so that was a bit of a fantastical look at AI and what it can do for healthcare. Now, so if that was AI, then what is this generative AI that we hear so much about? Because that's the one that we always hear now, Gen AI, Gen AI. It's on, people don't talk about AI, but they talk about Gen AI. So let's see what everybody says, okay? So this one I've put in a couple more options just to see where everybody's at. Okay. Very, very, wow. Okay, somebody actually picked the last one. Good old yellow over there. Very good. So there is a difference between artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence. And to bring the point home, artificial intelligence is an umbrella term. It covers a lot of stuff like machine learning, deep learning, right? Generative AI is just one of the components. Very specifically, an example of generative AI is in fact ChatGPT. Why? Because it's been pre-trained and this model is able to return something to you, based on what it's been trained on. It can generate something novel based on its training knowledge. Okay, so TikTok's algorithm it has a lot of training. It's learned on your behavior. Is it intelligence? Yes, it is. Is it artificial intelligence? Some say yes, some say no. Okay, Google actually also is one of the very original intelligences, because if you think about it, right, what does Google allow you to do when you go to search? It can predict the next words in your search, correct? Based on your search, it can predict the next relevant search results. Even if you have a typo, it can say, did you mean this? And it can still surface you the correct search results. So actually, there is a lot of intelligence happening there as well. And you will see more of these kind of intelligence even in e-commerce. When you go and make a purchase, they can recommend, people that bought this also liked something else. It can easily detect, you have these things, you can automatically use these coupons. We also have this much price left to the next coupon, and so on. So there's more intelligence around us than you might think at a glance, right? But when we say generative AI, it's always something that's already been pre-trained with knowledge, and it returns something to you, okay? So now, what do you think generative AI is being used for in healthcare today? Because what we talked about just now, those were quite different, right? But generative AI, something like ChatGPT, is that being used in healthcare? If so, what would it be for, right? Or is it not ChatGPT that's being used? Is it something else? Something closer to Google, something closer to TikTok's deployment of AI, perhaps, right? What is it? Detect medicine. Yes. This is a diagnosis. Just as I say, there it is, the word. So diagnoses, yes. What else do we think? Clinical training, yes. Simulations. Simulations require a lot of generative AI, that is true, right? You need to simulate the environment. Instant diagnoses, well, yes, when a model is trained, it should, in theory, help diagnosis be faster. Instant, who knows? Determining diagnoses, okay. Detect cancer cells, yes. Imaging, we saw earlier one of the examples. Yes, could be. Simulations, okay. So lots of diagnoses. Well, good news is you are mostly on the right track. Okay, very, very on the right track. So let's have a look. Disease, right? So I have some information here from the likes of Microsoft, which I've compiled. Essentially, one of the major challenges that AI tries to solve for healthcare is that there's a lot of data, right? Patients have lots and lots of data, and they are siloed across many, many organizations. That is a massive problem, because to get a clear picture of patient health, it becomes extremely difficult. interdepartment communication is where there's a major, major breakdown. And the thing about a lot of our AI models is they don't do well when things are not connected. So when you have one department, like the cardiac department and the pulmonary department don't talk to each other, and they don't talk to the gynecology department, well, this makes things extremely difficult to get a clear picture, right? So one thing that they're doing is they're trying to build a model that consolidates all of these together for diagnoses. One of the examples of how that would work is, for example, a health director who is able to aggregate all of the data within their organization could then have a single dashboard where they can have an overview, the inpatients, the outpatients, how many people are having what kind of clinical requirements, how much meds they are buying, right? What are the turnover rates for doctors and so on, right? Now, what are large language models actually really good at? Well, they're really good at general reasoning. So what this means is, as you rightfully identified earlier, it can diagnose, because a lot of diagnoses traditionally are written, right? You have a lot of written notes, there's lots of text, and it can process a lot of these to figure out, aha, so this symptom means you have this disease, and therefore it has this treatment, right? So the reasoning is extremely valuable. However, there is a situation where it starts to break down. We mentioned earlier that it has to be trained. So in a scenario like this, where let's say a doctor has an X-ray, they upload the X-ray to their AI, and AI that isn't trained properly in healthcare is just going to look at it and tell you, well, these lungs look perfectly fine, right? There's nothing wrong with it. And even if you say something very, very specific, like, do you see the right side pneumothorax? It will not be able to detect it because the model doesn't know what to look for, right? In order to get the model to know what it is, you must have training sets, which is exactly what Microsoft does. They partner with healthcare providers all across the world. They provide training sets in terms of hundreds and thousands of images. And once they train them, it allows the model to be asked the same question, and this time it can say, aha, now this lung shows a very large right-sided pneumothorax. It can assess clearly, and it is good enough now for you to ask it, right, so based on that diagnosis, how should I manage this patient? And it can give you something that is reliable and actionable immediately, okay? Clinically valuable. So this requires training of the model, yeah? So how does that happen? Well, broadly, it's kind of like this.
Generative AI is transforming healthcare with synthetic data, unlocking high-quality, unbiased data from medical device companies, pharmaceutical companies, and academic medical centers, leading to faster discoveries and improved patient outcomes. Generative models can help identify complex disease mechanisms, predict clinical outcomes, and prescribe tailored treatments for patients. MONAI, a framework for building and deploying medical AI, is also advancing generative AI with methods to create large synthetic data sets for training generalizable AI models that can learn from evolving patient data while preserving patient privacy. The latent diffusion model is a breakthrough in generative AI for medical imaging and is being developed by King's College London, co-founders of MONAI. This model can generate synthetic medical images of the human anatomy, including high-resolution brain images. It was trained on the UK Biobank dataset and NVIDIA DGX Cloud in just 1 week, enabling researchers to control global and regional brain volumes and adjust for age, gender, and disease. Generative AI is already making an impact in clinical settings. King's College London and University College London have developed a novel transformer-based outlier detector that aids in clinical evaluation of deployed segmentation models. The results suggest that this approach can be used to ensure only expected and good quality data reaches downstream decision-making algorithms. NVIDIA, Mount Sinai, and East River Imaging have collaborated to develop a new generative AI model for medical imaging known as RAD ImageGAN. By utilizing the StyleGAN XL model and training it on the RAD ImageNet dataset, RAD ImageGAN has become the most diverse synthetic data generator for 2D medical imaging. The model is pre-trained, robust, and adaptable to create other 2D medical imaging models providing greater flexibility for medical researchers and professionals. Overall, generative AI models such as RAD ImageGAN and latent diffusion models are driving a revolution in healthcare. They provide high-quality data that can be used to train deep learning models, leading to improved patient outcomes and enhanced performance of medical imaging models. To access these models, visit the NVIDIA NGC catalog or the Monai Model Zoo. Ready to join the future of healthcare powered by generative AI? Join the Monai community today.
All right, so that is a look at how generative AI applies. Now, a question to everybody in the audience and watching online. Do you think that AI actually works really well in healthcare? Does it? Does it? Is it a hard yes? Is it a maybe? Is it probably not? You have your doubts. This is going to be indicative of the next session. Okay, so, okay, lots of positivity. A lot of people think yes. Okay, that's quite good. I'm very glad that no one put no. The maybes, this is also indicative of reality. So let's get through, right? And let's not just quote anyone. Like I picked Microsoft earlier for a reason because they are some of the biggest deployers for healthcare providers. So let's have a look at what Stanford has to say. So now Stanford Medical, what they do is they classify healthcare data as not individual data sets, but what they call a timeline, right? Why? Because when the patient comes in, they have an admission, they may have an ICU stay, they have a case ID, they may have ECG, cardiac output, vital signs, lab tests, and so on. All of these occur across a timeline, right? And they're very disjointed and across different departments. So in order to train a really good AI model, what you actually need isn't an AI that can just take all of these individual data sets, but to understand all of these data sets across a timeline for each individual, which becomes quite challenging because realistically, when you train these models, you only want to accomplish two things, right? Number one is you want to know whether you should treat them, or you want to know how you should treat them, right? The whether you should treat them is you either want to classify what it is or you want to predict what is this indicative of, right? And the how to treat, well, this is pretty self-explanatory. AI's main function at the moment is one of these two tracks, which makes a lot of sense, right? Now, the issue is there are a lot of things at play here. The model is usually built by people that are specialists in technology, but they don't understand things like the policy, the capacity, or the actual medical action that needs to be taken. So there tends to be a bit of disjointed work happening over here, which is the primary challenge, yeah? And that primary challenge at that moment manifests in this way. Whenever you have traditional readouts, okay, you know that it can be done right now. It is universally accepted within the industry, fantastic. Now, a standard AI to train from scratch it takes a really long time, right? The estimate here is to train a proper AI using just all of your text info is gonna take 10 years and around 27 million. That is not within the budget of most institutions. So their goal here is to figure out, okay, how would generative AI be better, right? How would it make things faster? Well, they evaluated large language models like ChatGPT and generative AI, and of the data over here, the one I will highlight is most of these AI tools at the moment, they are being used to just answer questions. 84% of the usage is answering questions. Actual making diagnoses is as low as 19%. And the reason for that is because they're just not good enough yet, right? There's too much data, they don't think about it in a timeline, and that's a problem. So, the crux of the issue here is that just because an AI can seem like it's know what it's talking about doesn't mean it's actually viable. Because once they did the study and they tested, okay, one of the early versions of ChatGPT, if you look at the table, right, GPT 3.5, doctors that looked at the output, the prognosis, the diagnosis, only 12% of them agreed with it, right? The ones that disagreed with it, a third at 30%. This has improved a little bit with the latest version of things like ChatGPT, right? Agreement has gone up, disagreement has gone down, but the main issue is there is still no majority. More than 50% of them, even with the latest version, feel that AI isn't there yet, right? It's not good enough, we need better models. So right now what's happening is there are two kinds of AI that are being trained for healthcare. Number one is a clinical language model. This one is doing what it's already been doing. You feed it a lot of data, it helps with diagnosis, prognosis, recommendations, easy peasy, right? The more difficult one to do that requires the timeline actually is the foundation model for electronic medical records, because those are the ones that are across silos. This one allows you to do what we call predictive analysis. So based on someone's track record, this is where you can say, aha, you are more susceptible to having what kind of disease, here are the preventative measures, and so on. Right? And for the second model that we are talking about, traditional cases, it would take you needing to use every single piece of data, right, across 10 years to come up with a viable model. But with generative AI, if you look at the darker blue line, you only actually need 64 examples, okay? That is a vast difference. Because if you think about it this way, to train a model over 10 years, that takes you 120 months. But if you use the generative AI method, it cuts down your time by 95%. So you've gone from 120 months to using generative AI and only spending 6 months to training a model that understands things in terms of a timeline. Now this, obviously we can go a bit deeper, but that's all the time I have. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. I hope this has been a bit informative, and I hope the information, if you want more, you can look up Stanford Medicine, you can look up Microsoft Azure. If you're not sure, you can feel free to reach out to me and I can point you in the right direction. But yes, the QR here is for some feedback. Feel free to scan that and give us some feedback. Open to any questions if there are. For those of you that are online, if you want to drop a question, we have a live chat, feel free to drop some and I'll answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Johan, for sharing with us your valuable knowledge on this interesting topic. As a token of appreciation to the speaker, we invite Mr. Azizi to present the gift. Please welcome. Mr. Johan. Thank you to Mr. Johan. Thank you, Azizi. We would appreciate it if everyone could provide their feedback on the talk just now. Please scan the QR code to fill in the feedback form. Also, the feedback form link is pasted in the YouTube chat. With that, we conclude the iLRF 2024. We look forward to seeing all of you again in our future iLRF event. Thank you and goodbye.